Hello, everyone. I was literally about to start a stream. I had my mouse button on the scene to actually start. I had the finger on the mouse. It was doing like this, and I remembered I didn't have coffee. So I waited a little bit. I went to get it. Now I have coffee. We're ready to start. Physically ready to start. Are we mentally ready to start? It's gonna be an interesting stream. Um, Now, here's the thing. I joined the game jam. The GMTK Game Maker's Toolkit Jam. And I have a game for it. Yo, Sharif. Thanks for the follow. And, alright, so I made a very simple game. I actually made a little preview for it in the form of a GIF, so I can show you what it looks like. Although, now that I see it, the GIF is very slow. I was working on that, because the GIF actually, like, appears in the main menu of the thing. There's no way to play videos in Raylib, so I did a GIF. And, yeah, so I made this thing. I have to say, I wasn't super inspired when I was making it, but I ended up liking it. It's kind of this... First off, actually, before I explain what it is it clear what you do in this game by just looking at this GIF? Because, like, it's clear to me, but I made the damn thing, right? So it's really hard for me to tell. Can you understand what is going on here? And please say yes, because if you say no, I don't have time to fix it. Not to me, damn it. I don't know that I have time to, like, properly fix it. I didn't want to do a tutorial type of thing. But anyway, to be fair, the GIF is starting, like, not at the beginning. But yeah, you're supposed to go from this point to this point, but you kind of create a path every time that you die, and you die after 3 seconds. So it's not even that long of an explanation. I could put it in text somewhere, but I was hoping maybe it was enough to put it in visually somehow. And I don't know what it is about actually physically starting the stream that makes the temperature in this room go up 10 degrees. I swear to God. Anyway, I'll have to figure that out. So that sucks. Also, these aren't even my latest changes. 3 days ago is way too long. Haven't pushed them. It's not pushing. You know what? Why is it taking so long? I had another thing that I wanted to do before I got to the game thing. Because... Oh my god, why is it not pushing? No, it did push. Just Z is not refreshing. Okay. So there should be more stuff in here. Alright, yes, we have a sound. Right. So, I was going to say I was watching a stream the other day, but it was actually Sharif, who just followed and is in the chat. A C++ developer turning to C. We love to see it. We love to see it. Get it? We love to see it. Yeah. Anyway. But of course, complaining about one thing, which is that C does not have function overloading. Guess what? Guess what? It's about to. It's about to. We're about to use and or abuse macros to do function overloading. Because of course, when I heard that, immediately my mind went, I've done a lot of really cursed things with macros in C. I've done functional programming. I've done like lambdas in C thanks to macros. I've done classes in C thanks to macros. I've done generics void pointer. Okay, it's not much of a generic, but kind of, yeah. If I'm not mistaken, actually, I did do that, and then like it was something like you have a function that takes a generic pointer, and then that's not how you do functions in C, and then it just automatically transformed it to the type. Well, automatically transformed it to the type, doing this, which is, by the way, what my compiler does internally for this type of things. But compiler, it's not the same as macro. So I remember I made a macro that was something like this, but can we do function overloading in C? I have in my library. Wait, I want to show off some other stuff, but okay, I'm just gonna get too derailed if I get to that. So in my library, when I was working on a shell, I made this monstrosity. Shelly is an accurate name, although Frankenstein would have been a better name. It's that it's monstrous, not that it's made up of different parts. This thing, which allows me to expose functions of this library as a shell command, built-in command, but still command, defining them using one of these macros. So are there any macros where I did this? Right, so this is pwd. It's a special macro that also prints the result. Essentially, whenever you type in pwd, it will call this function. Then there is cd, which when you type in cd, it calls this function using an argument called path. I'm not sure why there's a specific lambda, specific macro for one argument, but okay, so here's one for ls. It runs this code with this argument, a positional argument, that means it has to be the first argument, called path, required, if I'm not mistaken. No, optional, actually. Not sure what the 0 belongs to. It doesn't matter. The part that I found interesting about this shell is... Can we go back to the right file, please? This part. It kind of allows me to count how many arguments a veridic function has. So I just do a macro with n args ... and internally it calls this function, which there's a maximum number of 9 arguments actually, if I'm not mistaken, thanks to 8 arguments here and then n. No, 8 arguments. But yeah, it allows you to count the number of arguments by just doing some magic with copying and pasting, pretty much. So I believe we should be able to repurpose this into doing... What's the name of the thing that I'm doing? I forgot the name of it. Operator overloading, function overloading, right? Which is essentially that thing that C++ does, where I can call a function with 0 arguments, or 1 argument, or 2 arguments, or 3 arguments. Function overloading, thank you. Right, so I believe we can do that. And let's use good old stdio for this one. I'm not going to use my library, so I can just use GCC to compile it. And an int main no arguments. Right, so if I get this to work, I should be able to have 3, 4, 5, however many functions I want. Let's say that we have an fn with 0 arguments, and let's make it return the number of arguments that it has. The arguments are not going to be relevant. Then we're going to have an fn1, which is going to have 1 argument, and it's going to return 1, not the argument itself. Again, it's irrelevant. Let's do 2, and let's do 3. Again, this doesn't matter, but still, let's do it right. Return 2, not true. Then I'm too lazy to type. Let's do a third one. C. 3. All right. I should be able to call this as fn. Actually, let me do some printf, which by the way has a new line at the end. I'm not used to that, so now that I remember, might as well do it. Right, so this should print 1. This should print 1. No, this should print 0. Right. this should print 1. This should print 2. And this should print 3. All right, so if I manage to do this, which is not guaranteed, we will have a function overloading in C. It's going to be cursed. All right, but anyway, the way that nargs works, if I'm not mistaken, I did try it earlier, right? But I mostly copied and pasted. So can I do it like this? Our function is called fn. Takes a certain amount of arguments. We don't know how many arguments. And then we're going to need another macro. That's going to be the call macro. That's going to be calling the arguments. So we call, well, not the arguments, calling the function using the veridic arguments. And then, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, we're pasting them as is. So we're not processing them from the veridic arguments, like pasting them in as processed arguments. We're just, I don't really know what it's what this is doing in this case, to be honest. And if I'm not mistaken, we can add this at the beginning so we can do 0 arguments. Then after that, we're going to put the names of these functions, right? fn3, fn2, fn1, and fn0 in reverse order. And this is going to take a certain number of arguments. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's too many. I think it should just be that. Take 4 arguments that it ignores, a 5th argument, and that's the one that it returns. And so that's going to give us which function to call, but then we also have to call the function, so we call it like this. Okay, this one is working. Expands to fn0, but these ones are not. Call to undeclared function call. Macro call defined here. What's the is that? That's not a reserved keyword, is it? Let me call it macro expand, like Lisp. Macro expand. All right, so that's not it. There is something else going on. Let me see if I can spot it. Right. There need to be veridic arguments here as well that are also ignored, and there we have it. All right. Does this actually work? I'm terrified. It works. It works. We have function overloading in C. Look at that. Look at that. I can call the same function with a varying number of arguments, and it goes to the correct function that actually has the right definition. Now, you do need to define your function separate times, but I'm sure I don't feel like doing that right now. But if these functions had actual implementation, you could just make, fn2 actually call fn3 with a default value for C, fn1 call fn2 with a default value for B, and fn0 call fn1 with a default value for A. And so you could do this properly. But I cannot be bothered. Or you could put that in a macro as well. Like, I'm sure you can do that. I'm sure you can do that. Same arguments, but different types. Would that just be generic? To be fair, this is not about types. It doesn't care about types at all. We're not even using the arguments, mind you. What I'm printing is the number of arguments that it has. All right, but the way that this works is interesting, because like when I found this macro, I was like, I first looked up, like, can I count how many arguments there are in a macro in C? And the answer is no. However, I came across this little hack. The way that it works here is that our function fn takes in veridic arguments, so any amount of arguments you can put in here, literally any amount, but it will not result in a correct call. It will fail if you don't have enough functions to cover all the cases. But essentially, what it does is it is going to take those arguments are going to add more or fewer arguments to this macro and pad it so that then we return the nth element, we're returning the correct name of the function. Right, so when I have fn with no arguments, we're calling macro expand where 0 is this empty thing here, so it doesn't do anything. 1 is empty, so not this thing, it's actually fn3. 2 is fn2, 3 is fn1, and n is fn0, so this whole thing resolves to fn0, so that's the function that we call, and then we call that function with the arguments that we were given, which are no arguments in the first place. When we call it with one argument, this pads the whole thing and moves everything 1 to the right. So now 0 is empty, that stays empty. If I'm not mistaken, I do need that. Otherwise, it messes with the no argument thing, something like that. But anyway, when I call it with one argument, it's 0. The one argument goes here, 3, 2, and this becomes fn1. So that's the function that we're going to call, and that's also why we put these functions in reverse order. Anyway, function overloading in C. There you have it. In case you want to use that, please don't use this. Every single time I do this, I always end up saying, don't actually do this. But hey, it's fun to know that if you want to, you can do that. Also, my game engine, what it is doing to macros should be illegal. That thing is doing some functional programming. It is doing some generics. It is doing some ridiculous stuff with macros. And yet it works. So there's that. Am I jamming? Yes. Okay, so this was a little detour to do function overloading in C, because that's fun to do. No, we're not doing the operating system. Although I do want to show that off. I'm not gonna lie. First off, okay, so yesterday I worked on this, on windowing, not Windows. That title of the stream is the actual operating system Windows, unfortunately. But I added toolbars and menu bars to the system, but they're completely empty right now. But anyway, today I fixed zooming, and you can zoom in now. You can zoom in. It's a little bit laggy, especially here when we're emulating ARM on x86. I haven't tested it on my ARM laptop, but I think it's probably going to be smoother than this. It's also no GPU acceleration, a bunch of no optimizations, none of that. So it can be a little bit slow, but we can do that. So yeah, I fixed that. Was there something else? No, I just wanted to show off. You can zoom in. By the way, you can zoom into KDE as well. Learned that yesterday, so. Still very new to me. You're also making a game engine. Full list of projects that I'm working is yes. As in, are you working on this type of project? The answer is yes. I'm working on a lot of things. But yes, game engine is a thing that I'm working on. Although the game that I am going to be packaging today, which again, I'm very sad that you cannot understand what the game is from the GIF. Although again, this is where the GIF starts, but still. I hate that you cannot understand what it does. Which means I need to add text to explain. That's the thing that I was trying to do with this GIF, is not explain the game and just make it like intuitively understandable. But I couldn't really do that. But anyway, the way that this game works is that you have to go from the blue platform to the green platform, and you die after 3 seconds, and you leave a little blood stain, but you can use the blood stain as a platform. That explanation was faster. Sorry, I haven't responded to your message. You're not in the wrong stream chat. Don't worry about it. Okay, sometimes I do, when I'm explaining stuff, I will ignore chat for a little bit, just to make it a cohesive explanation, and not constantly interrupt myself. So I will get to chat messages eventually, unless there's a lot, which is not very common. So how's Windows? We'll get to that. We're not on Windows yet. First we have to compile this thing for Windows, and then we have to run it on Windows, because I don't want to actually compile it on Windows. Lisp, on the other hand, amazing. Amazing. Thanks for joining my Discord. I just muted my laptop because I got the notification, so just saw that. Um, that gives I'm GUI vibes. I'm not sure what that looks like actually for the UI. Ooh, okay. Kind of, yeah. What I wanted to go for. Yeah, I wanted to go for like kind of flat, kind of minimalistic. But for example, a thing that I added yesterday, no, this morning, is shadows to those bars, because otherwise it looked very, very flat. I want it to be minimalistic. I don't want it to be flat, right? Which is something that I believe Apple, for example, has done really, really well when they did fully minimalistic. Now they're doing liquid glass, which I think is great, actually. Seems like an unpopular opinion, but I think it's great. But when they were doing just minimalistic, they knew how to play with shadows and depth to make it actually look good. Most minimalistic interfaces look flat. I feel like this, for example, looks flat to me. Sure, you're rounding the buttons, you're using different colors, it looks okay, but it doesn't look particularly good. I think it looks very flat. So I'm still playing with the shadows and doing all that stuff, and it should all be customizable too. Um, but yeah, I'm going for minimalistic, not flat. Anyway, I'm gonna ask one more time now that there's more people. Is it understandable what the game is just from the GIF? I hope. It kind of is. But people have already said no. So that's really sad. Anyway, this is the game that we're gonna be compiling today. Okay, absolutely not. I'm very sad about that. Very, very sad about that. Again, it's understandable to me. That's the problem. Like, when I'm making the damn thing, I can understand it. But when you're using it, you can't. Okay, no, hold on. Let me use my local Git server for this. So git clone from... Yeah, git. Did I call it time to live? Well, I guess we'll see. Why is this taking so long? The server, it feels like sometimes the server just like goes to sleep and then I use it and it's like, oh shit, I need to wake up. Oh. And it brushes its teeth and then eventually it becomes ready. I made my first PCB yesterday, but now I need to get it manufactured. Nice. Interesting. What did you make? I think it's pretty decent. If the number was more obvious that it's your death, it would be better. 321 skull symbol. Hmm. Thank you. To be fair, that is just a preview that plays if you stay 3 seconds without doing anything in the game, in the main menu. Okay, so the name of this thing, I'm actually renaming it. Obviously, I called it time. Does anyone understand the time to live reference? I'm sure somebody has to. 8x8 matrix LED grid. Nice. Is that something you can share? I'm interested in seeing that. Either on my Discord or DM, or only if you feel comfortable doing it. If not, no problem. I would be interested in seeing what that's like. No idea what's going on in that game. It looks like those fake games in movies. Shit, okay. This is not off to a good start. Ooh. Alright, let's see if the actual game looks better. Maybe just the little GIF that I recorded is not great. Please let that be the case. Anyway, TTL. Alright, so here's the thing. I started making a makefile, and then I was like, there's literally just one file. So I just hard-coded the entire command here. And these things are Mac options. Alright, so we'll have to do a little bit of makefile. Also, it's using a static version of Raylib, which it expects to find inside of your home directory. This is supposed to be a standalone project. So I want to vendor Raylib into it. Do I still have a clone, a fork of Raylib, by the way? Public archive. Can I unarchive it? June 22nd. I unarchived it like a month ago. Unarchive. It's pretty sure it didn't actually make any changes, but yeah, might as well do that. Set up Git. Oh, by the way, the local Git server, literally my file system. I mean, it's not using any instance of anything. It's just bare Git repositories with hooks. That's pretty much it. And the hooks that I have is because it talks to actually GitHub and Codeberg, because the OS is also on Codeberg. It kind of does like when you push to it, it first checks if there's any changes on remote that it needs to fetch, because it needs to synchronize itself with the remote. So that's why pushing can be slow, especially because of Codeberg. It can be slow. And then it rejects your push unless if there is a sync pending. So you'll need to pull changes before you can push. So far, I haven't lost any data, so we're good. Oh, I did make a change. Patched STB BMP header reading. Right, BMP images didn't work correctly on Raylib, so I patched that. Although that's actually a dependency. That's STB. STB is the name of the dependency, yeah. When I wrote my BMP code, I actually wrote it correctly. So then I ended up patching what I did into STB. But yeah, we're going to vendor this dependency. So thing number one, we're going to vendor this dependency. Thing number two, we're going to compile both Raylib and the project. Thing number three, we're going to compile for Windows. Windows, Mac, and Linux, although the Mac build will only work on Mac. The Linux build will, if I want to do app image, will only work on Linux. For no particular reason, by the way. These are so arbitrary. Anyway, let's begin. All right, no, so first stuff is it git submodule clone? No, git submodule add init. Git submodule add. It's git submodule add. Okay. So git submodule add git at github.com, my username, and raylib.git. By the way, this is literally an SSH repo. That's why it's so easy to just do a git server without using any easy. Okay, I had to do a little bit of bash scripting, a fair bit of bash scripting, but it was pretty easy to do. Never experienced a bug in an STB header. I didn't patch it on STB directly because I saw several patches. Although I remember I tried running a BMP on Raylib, which it's not my Raylib, it's upstream Raylib, and it didn't work. So that kind of sucks. Anyway, all right, so we're going to start with make Raylib, which is make with platform desktop. I feel like I'm missing a word here somewhere. Let me see. I'm not trying to install, I'm trying to make. Didn't require all this. Submodules make it easier, but honestly, they break a lot of features. Like you can't do bisect, which is really useful for finding out when exactly did I introduce a bug. So you can go through history. It doesn't update submodules to be as they were at a specific time in history. So what's the point of that? Like, ugh, that's so frustrating. By the way, also, the name of the creator of Raylib is Ray-san. And I thought for sure this probably was a Japanese person or something like that. And I found out today his name is Ramon Santamaria, I think. Not Santa Maria. Yes, Santa Maria. So Ray San, I mean, Ray San. No, his last name is Lib. His last name is Lib. No, his last name is Santa Maria. That's where the San comes from. I thought for sure it was probably going to be someone like Japanese from that name, and then Ramon Santa Maria. I was not expecting that. Yeah, okay, submodules can be... to be fair, I don't know even what this person looks like. All I knew was the name. Did the MySpace guy contribute to this? Send some stuff in off topic. Did you send the PCB? I want to see what it looks like. Interesting. Oh wait, you did it with your... Right, interesting. By the way, I kind of want to make that, but in Minecraft with cushions now. Since what I said yesterday about Minecraft cushions. Okay, where's the make command for this thing? Look, on Mac, it's really easy. You just have to make platform desktop. That's what I was looking for. Is that not enough on Linux? Do I need more? Please, Linux, don't tell me I need more. Don't be like this. Anyway, so that is make c raylib src. Right, so that's it. And then our dependency to raylib is going to be updated to current working directory raylib src lib raylib a. All right, then Mac, what do I call this? Args. Mac args are going to be these things since they're only needed for Mac. I'll have to do some like if statements to get this properly, but are we capable of compiling now? If I make all? No, because raylib.a is oh wait, hold on. Oh, I didn't even realize this is straight up my home directory. Not even a relative path. Straight home directory, okay. Lib raylib a, no such file directory. That's why I asked you to make it. Am I doing that wrong? Make files should be this straightforward, but they're not. So, for example, why is this red, but this is not? Should I put it after the arguments? So should the raylib thing go down here? Let me look at an existing make file and see. Oh, there's phony, which I'm not sure what phony is even supposed to do. But no, it does that for everything. It doesn't highlight them, so that's not the issue. Do I need to do phony though? Raylib, do I need to do that? Looks like it. Oh no. This is literally all it would take to build on Mac. And those arguments up there. Why do I have to do more? Come on, man. I was hoping it was just the documentation that was failing, but no. It is actually like that. That really sucks. Working on GNU Linux. Install the required tools. You need GCC. Okay, so we have that. Make and Git. I have that. Install the required libraries. ALSA for audio, Mesa for OpenGL, and X11 for windowing system. I thought you would vendor those. God damn it. I was hoping they would vendor those. Can you vendor licensing issues? Is that why? I don't know. Oh, to be fair, you don't really need any external libraries to do this on Mac. You just have one window system, so it's very simple to create a window. Anyway. Alright, so this is the command to make the static version, but I will still need libgl, no, these dependencies. No, these are for these Debian dependencies and Ubuntu dependencies. That sucks. So I have to do that. KaiCAD. Interesting name. Is that why you were looking into making your own logic circuit thingy? That would explain a lot, I guess. I only have 70 gigs available. That's not good. Alright, we're good now. We're good, but I'm pretty sure I need to explicitly link against libc and libm on Linux. So that's linargs lclm then there should be a platform args, which is mapped to whichever one you have. And I'm going to put some if statements here in a minute, but cannot be bothered with that right now. But these go here. Like that, if I'm not mistaken. Thanks for messing up my indentation. linargs, no such file or... Oh, wait, hold on. Do that properly. Undefined reference to log pow trunk flower. Oh, well, to be fair, these are linking arguments, so they go here. Okay, we did it. We did it. And now, let's call this build. All is just build. And run is build followed by chmod plus x ttl and then ttl. Nice. So make run. It opened on this monitor, but it looked like it opened on this monitor because like I have OBS open and I can see this monitor through here. And I was like, wait, I can see it here, but not here. Like a vampire that's not reflecting in the mirror or something, but the other way around, it's only in the mirror. So that was a little ridiculous. Also, I added sound to it just now. Anyway. Alright, there it is. Alright, is the music loud, by the way? I do find it a little bit annoying to speak while there's also music playing, so I'm just gonna turn that off real quick. Can I lower volume or something like that in Raylib? Is that a thing that you can do? Hold on. Bear, do I have Bear installed? I do. Okay. You can do this. Part of onboarding at my job involved learning Rails once. It's one thing I've never looked at. Not sure I would be interested, to be honest. Alright, Raylib. Can I do like volume, set sound volume? Oh, for any sound. Well, I only have one sound. Alright, so we can take that and make its sound 0. No, not there. Let's make run. and it opens in this window. Okay, so I can see already that the indentation, like the spacing here is wrong, but here it's not, so that's interesting. Also, I made it 5. Well, so if the GIF was already hard to understand, I'm pretty sure you definitely don't understand it now. I have to say I haven't really figured out the math for getting the GIF to play at the correct frame rate. I just copied and pasted it off of an example, so I haven't really bothered looking too much into it. But anyway, it's supposed to, the way that I wanted it to be is that if you stay 3 minutes without doing it, 3 seconds without doing anything, it plays this GIF that shows you how the game is played. That was supposed to be how it works. First off, it's very, very fast. That's a bug. I'll have to fix that. But also, I've already been told in no uncertain terms that it's hard to understand what the... it just keeps doing it. I have to keep moving the mouse. Also, 3 seconds might be too slow for that. I might have to make it like 9 or 6 seconds at the very least. Anyway, Alright, hold on. Let's let it happen one more time. Because it's really funny how the GIF just plays at like 10x speed. Anyway, the way that the game works is that it doesn't. Cool. Segmentation fault. Cool, alright. Well, this is due tomorrow, so I have to figure that out. Now, let's see. On new level append... But can you tell me where exactly? No, you can't. Alright, no problem. Hold on. I got you. G. And then maybe we can even make run. Oh, I was gonna say it's taking quite a long time to load, but it loads over here for some reason. That's really annoying. There it is. It still won't tell me where it crashed, even though I turned on symbols. Or I probably didn't. Alright, there it goes. Crashing, and... By the way, I'm gonna pin this. There it... No, it still doesn't tell me. I truly think you would hate Ruby with a passion. That's... Yeesh, scary. Why is it this hard to know where my program is crashing, man? My system just literally tells you. Alright, so dead pointer here on main.c65. Ruby is the opposite of Lisp. Oh wow, that's the perfect way to put it. To make sure that I never look at that language. Pretty sure that's not needed anymore. Now you kind of want to look at Lisp, Ruby code. I don't want to look at Lisp. Well, I don't want to look at Lisp code because it's so great. Anyway, we're in new level, line 116. Here, so we're actually creating the two platforms. When we're doing that, we're appending the starting platform, which is a rectangle, and labeling it as platform start. Now this dead thing here is literally just the just elements in the game, in the level, everything besides the player, pretty much. It used to be like dead versions of the player, because like I said, the bloodstain like allows you to create platforms. But yeah, it stayed as just dead. Anyway, so dead pointer is gonna be 0. Last is gonna be 0. We're gonna malloc a new one. It's so weird to find malloc, because I've been using my own allocator for so long, it's weird to use malloc. Oh my god, mam set new 0 size of that. If that's the issue. Why does malloc not zero memory, man? It's such a stupid thing. And granted, every time I use malloc, I forget to zero memory because I'm so used to my own allocator that doesn't need to. That is so disappointing. Holy fuck. That is so disappointing. Anyway, yeah. Malloc does not zero memory, so there was garbage in there. Anyway, here's the game. Right, so you start here, you want to go here, and every 3 seconds you die. It does say here you only live 3 seconds, make them count. Now the size of this thing is 512 by 512, which on Mac looks a lot bigger because of frame buffer issues that I've mentioned. But anyway, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to like kind of draw a path to the other platform. It starts out very easy at first, although it is taking longer than expected. It's all completely randomly generated, not even procedurally, just straight up randomly. Then once you get to that platform, you have to hold for 3 seconds because obviously eventually it will start moving. Both platforms can start moving and then it gets very confusing. There we go. Should start moving now if I'm not mistaken. No, apparently not. Next level, probably? If not, that's a bug. Alright, yeah, there, it started moving. Also, it speeds up if you get to, like, the edge. Because otherwise you're just gonna be sitting here waiting, and that's very boring. So, it kind of speeds up. Alright. Is it clearer what's happening now, or still no? I have a fear that it's probably right, that it's still not super clear what's happening. I'm not sure if there's any visual way that I can portray it, especially in like what little free time I have between now and 24 hours from now. So, well, you know, that's what game jams are for, experimenting. Doesn't mean that it always will go right. Okay, where's the other platform? Where's the platform that I'm supposed to jump to? Alright, so level 9 is bugged as hell. You think it's pretty readable? Okay, so like I have a GIF for it, and like nobody understood the GIF. Which is the one that plays when the game opens, if you don't move. Now, granted, it's super fast here, that's a bug. But yeah, like, just from looking at the GIF, people couldn't really understand it. Well, I guess if we manage to get this to build properly, we should be able to package it for multiple platforms. So, I actually will have no issues packaging on Linux and Mac because I already have build systems for that. But it's time. It's time. We're not getting to Windows yet, so it's kind of time, but not yet. I did not understand the GIF. But you understand the game. The floor is lava, yes. So, here's the thing. There used to be a text here. Whenever... here. It used to say floor is lava. I took it out because it was kind of silly. Laval. Okay, it's not laval. Can you stay in the same display every time? But like once you get to the end, it shows floor is lava. It's kind of silly, especially because like it only shows for a little bit and then it immediately like dies. But and also 512 by 512 is a very small canvas. On Mac it looks okay because of frame buffer things. Here it looks very small. I'll need to make it bigger, but to be fair, 3 is at the speed that the player is moving, just enough, or like almost enough to make it across the entire screen. Which technically means there's gonna be levels that you cannot solve because you'll never make it across the screen. And the levels are completely randomly generated, so you just have to get lucky. But yeah. Maybe I'm just big brained. Floor is lava in N. Alright, I don't mind that. Let's try it. But I think I'm gonna have to make the time longer, maybe. If I want to make the screen bigger. Alright, so the time to live is defined for, yeah, 3 seconds at a speed of 150 is 450. And the screen is 512. Right, so if I make the screen 1024, then I'll need to give you twice as much time or twice as much speed. Let's find out. Let's do a screen size macro. And make it 1024. Alright, so that looks better. That is incredibly fast. But it is doable. Also on Mac, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to make this half as much. And there's gonna be some levels that are really long. Maybe I should just scale everything up, but keeping it the size that it was. Like, keep it... Scale everything up, pretty much. I might do that. Anyway, let's get to the build part. And then... bother about this stuff. Right, because I'm hoping Windows does not take too long to build. Right? 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 Yeah? Just scale it. I feel like that's probably the best thing. Otherwise it gets too small and there's not that much going on in this game to make the whole world bigger. So probably just scale it is a good idea. Alright, I wonder if I can mess with scale in Raylib and not have to recalculate everything, but I guess we'll see. There is a compiler, GW GCC, something like that. For Linux. Alright, so I should be able to use that to compile for Windows. I'm assuming it is drop-in replacement for GCC. If it is not, this is going to be a problem. Okay, again, look at my my build file. Oh, it's already gotten so long. Look what it used to be. It used to be that. Now it's gotten to this whole thing. But anyway, really the command is just this one. Right, so even if it's not 100%, even if it's not 100% the same command, it should be okay. It is for Clang. You have to link with the Windows build of Raylib. Right, so I'm hoping that I can also make that. That's the plan? I'm hoping I can cross-compile Raylib as well. Otherwise, I'm going to need to use a pre-built version of Raylib for that. Which kind of defeats the purpose of vendoring Raylib. Especially because since it's for a game jam, this game is mostly supposed to run on Windows. Maybe on web, which is another thing that we can maybe try to do, a WebAssembly build. By the way, I said yesterday that I wanted to do a little bit of audio in Raylib to see what that's like. Like, I have to say, it was pretty easy to do this, which is to just play a sound. It's like a 1 minute track that I made in like 30 minutes right before the stream. And there's supposed to be a more intense version for when the levels get really complicated, but, well, really complicated. The platforms can move on both axes at once, and both of them can move at the same time. That's the hardest it can get, but it can get pretty challenging with that. Yeah, so I hope I can also build Raylib. But anyway, yeah, one of these days I might want to do a little bit more with Raylib, because actually, if I had more time, I would have wanted to make an entire like game audio engine, because this track that I played, can I play it in just default app? Is there an audio player on Linux? I actually don't know. Right, so it starts with just that, then it adds a little bit of percussion, which I'm hearing it now with headphones, sounds different. I'll have to remix it a little bit better. To mix it again, not to remix it. Then it adds that sound. Yeah, no, it definitely sounds like shit when I play it on headphones. I was playing it on speakers, it was fine. Anyway, I lowered the desktop audio, so hopefully it wasn't too bad. But, yeah, if I had enough time, what I really would like to do is to have all those tracks playing, like the percussion, well, the kick and the snare of the percussion, the main track and any other tracks exported as separate things, and then be able to mix and match them depending on the intensity of the game and all that stuff, depending on variables that I control within the game. I've been wanting to build something like that for a game engine for a long time, and I haven't done that. So maybe I want to do that. I'll check out Mini Audio. So Raylib uses that. That's interesting. The thing is, I don't want to have to use like different libraries. I'm already using GLFW, but I'm thinking, what if I switch to Raylib? I used to be on Raylib for my cross-platform code, which means also for my game engine. I used to be on Raylib. Then I moved to GLFW, which Raylib uses internally. So I removed one layer, but in so doing, I also removed audio, which sucks. Anyway, yeah, so maybe I wanna explore, like, can I do something like that in Raylib? And I wanna use Odin because somebody told me that Odin comes with Raylib prepackaged, which is really interesting, and also it gives me an excuse to try out Odin. Anyway, alright, so the Minji, see, I wasn't wrong when I called it Ginger Minj, which I'm pretty sure is a bad word, but like it's a drag queen name, okay? It's, so don't cancel me or whatever. Right, so this is all I need. What's miskrt and what's ukrt? What is the difference between these two? Ukrt targeting cross compilers are currently only available in Debian 13 Trixie. Am I on Trixie? That's another drag queen, by the way, since we're on the topic. I don't even know why I would want this option or this option. I have no idea. Anyway, we're gonna... Is there even a difference? Oh yeah, okay, this changes. Oh, it doesn't say x86. Are we cross-compiling for Windows, but ARM Windows? Is that what we're doing? Is that what UCRT does? The fact that x86 gets replaced with this makes me think of that. It talks about cross-compilers, so I'm assuming that's what it does. No, it's the second type of word. Although, pretty sure she spells it like that. Yeah, like that. That's what I'm talking about. Don't cancel me. I'm not trying to say anything offensive. I just think it's a bad word. I think I know what it means, but I'm not entirely sure. Microsoft version CRT and Universal or Unix CRT. I see. All right. So that didn't work. All right, because I'm pasting with the wrong command. Right, because copying and pasting is a whole thing on Linux. I forgot about that. Why did you copy that? Why did this get copied? Why would that get copied? Which reminds me of Divine. I think you need to use UCRT. I'm not cross-compiling though. I'm compiling from x86 to x86. Right, I don't care if you're on ARM Windows. I'm not compiling for you. I'm sorry. Um, for the game jam people that are on ARM Windows, you can't play my game, man. I'm sorry. You're missing out on all the... Look how amazing it looks. You're missing out. Sorry, man. Cross OS compiling. Then why would I want to download this for Windows? I mean, this one. Why would I want this one at all? Isn't MS for Microsoft? There is ARM Windows. Surface tablets have it, and other tablets as well. Playing your game jam game on a kiosk. It runs really well on McDonald's counters. Like the little machines that they put up. Works really well on that. Actually, I wonder, do those run Linux? Does anyone know? Has one ever been like reverse engineered by any chance? MS VCRT uses a C runtime from Microsoft C compiler. So that's what I want, right? I'm scared now. I don't know what I want. Should I just pollute my system by installing both? Oh, okay. It's saying, okay, no, I read this wrong. Specifically targeting cross-compiler are only available on Debian 13. I don't even know which Debian I'm on. 3 seconds to order your burgers and fries. Hell yeah. Your credit card is lava. Alright, by the way, I tried making a lava texture for the background of the game. Like, I'm not that good at pixel art, so I didn't know how to do it. Oh, come to think of it, pixel art lava. I couldn't use any assets that I find in here, but... I could have just made something like this, but I feel like that would clash with what the game looks like. Yeah, I'll see if I have some time tonight. I was trying to do something, but it turns out I'm free, so maybe I'll have some time tonight. If you use libraries pre-built with UCRT, then you have to use UCRT. I mean, the only libraries that I have are Raylib, which I'm providing. Although Raylib also has... Yeah, okay. Probably need a UCRT then. I might as well install both. I don't understand why it copies that symbol. 400 megabytes! Oh my god! Look, I know my compiler doesn't have nearly the same amount of features, right? However... Get fucking real, brother. Why is my compiler 3 megabytes? I'm pretty sure because it's not stripping symbols from my standard library. Which means it's including everything from like the stuff that it actually uses to compression code and image code and all that stuff. Array GL shader for the lava. Look, I don't know. Maybe I'll make some changes to the game if I like realize that this whole thing takes very little time. I guess we'll see. All right. So this is what I want to use then. What a name. What a name. All right, so I want to use, let me do it manually. No, let me not do it manually. Let me just do that. That is the correct make file. Okay, so make. Of course, you're not making raylib with the correct compiler. That's another thing I didn't consider. This will not work for making raylib with the correct compiler. Either way, did that even try to compile my game? Alright, so make build. It did the dependency, but not the thing. Alright, there we go. That's already off to a good start, kind of. Right, so we don't use the Linux arguments. We can get rid of that. And then I will need to link against raylib, which it cannot find. Upgrade your code to the universal CRT. Okay, so MS is the old one, U is the new one. Alright. Okay. Makes sense. So going to raylib, can I find a pre-built for raylib then? I probably can, right? I doubt that there isn't a pre-built. Da -da 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 -da. What? 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 Why don't you just provide .a files? Is that... Am I wrong to think that that should be a thing? Is that hard to provide? No, I think here, right? Alright, let me try Win64 min GW64. Alright, what's in this folder? Include and lib-a. Alright, we can use this then. So extract that. Again, since we're cross-compiling, we're going to need to do this. Big deal. We can still include these builds without actually vendoring raylib. The only difference between this raylib and my raylib is my raylib can handle BMPs correctly, whereas this raylib cannot. A specific type of BMP. I'm pretty sure raylib can, just there was a bug in STB. So in a very specific scenario, it didn't find. I forgot the name of the project, TTL. Alright, yeah, extract. External. There. Did it do it in a folder or did it do it in the thing directly? Raylib perfection. Alright. So, instead of linking against this, you're going to link against external raylib win. Raylib win include, and you're going to find your code in lib, and then the lib name stays the same, libraylib.a. We good? No. Although, okay, we've moved forward. There's an undefined reference to the implementation. I'm assuming that's what imp stands for, right? Implementation of those functions. I had to use std start lifetime as an array recently because C++ is a madhouse with no rule. What is that? What does it do? What is that? Alright, we're making progress, but there's still some stuff missing. Right, so the linker has an error. I guess I must link against something else. I'm linking against the .a. I'm including these two, actually. I'm not including this. And then readme, probably something here important. By the way, a while ago I was complaining that there's no easy markdown file viewer, but you can just do this. I didn't know that. Although it fails to load this. Provide a view into map memory. Okay, so if you're doing the complex memory stuff, I kind of get it. Features, basic example, build and installation. Okay, so now working on Windows. I need to go back to that window. All right, Visual Studio, compiler, compile using Zig tools, other methods, manual setup. Install via vcpkg. Includes all of its external dependencies on Windows, which is not the case on Linux. It is the case on Mac. It is the case on Windows. It is not the case on Linux. Classic. Classic. There are only two system libraries needed. GLD32 and WinMM. Alright, so I have to link against Raylib and against these libraries as well, I guess. That's what you want me to do. So, although those impl thingies, I don't know that they... Well, hold on. Actually, yeah, we got rid of most of the issues. Now there's only two. So that's good. Although, man, what is going on here? GCC O basic core window with this file lraylib. So I'm not doing lraylib because obviously I don't have that. I have a static build of raylib. But God, if this works, this alone will be enough to not make me use GLFW anymore, go back to raylib. Although I'll have to figure out some stuff. I may figure it out with the audio stuff on Odin as well. There are no platform args, although it's these. It really sucks that Windows is shortened to win, because it's not winning. Alright, so this is missing. Stat64 I32. Where does that come from? Hold on. No, redefinition. No. So these come from... I can get AI to summarize the article, but I cannot have it tell me which library this is. It's a C runtime library. Okay, so I shouldn't... Do I need to link against libc? Do I add lc? I don't believe I... Probably not, right? Almost. I thought for a second because the arrow was gone, but no. It's because it cannot find lc. More like Lost House? Yeah. What did Terry Davis originally call his operating system? It was supposed to be a pun on Windows, so it was lose those. I think it was lose those. Something like that. But with a TH. Anyway, back to this. Alright, so undefined reference to this inside of libraylib a. So there's a dependency that you're not telling me about, raylib. Raylib cross-platform boom. Linker error, undefined reference to... Okay. A mismatch in the Windows C runtime between the precompiled binary and some local toolchain. The quick workaround is to add defsim stat to your compiler linker flags. The permanent and cleanest solution, download the raylib source code, navigate to src, run make platform desktop inside your local... Alright, so that's if I also want to cross-compile raylib, which I do not. Not right now. I mean, I do, but not right now. So we should be able to do this. .exe. .exe. Let's fucking go! We did it. All right. Look, before I do Windows, I am going to do something stupider. I'm going to run this on Wine first. Thank you, random GitHub. Elfin Code. Yes. Thank you, Elfin Code. You are very appreciated for that. Can we actually like yeah, we can upvote upvote this shit. There we go. All right. It built. Does it work? Let's find out. Do I have bottles? I do not have bottles. Do I have proton? That's not a thing that you get. Bottles. Compiled on Wine before it works, but some stuff is a bit janky. I mean, yeah. The only one that works really well is I did -1. Okay, they're paying me. They're paying me to. Wait. Hold on. Hold on. They make you go through the press the download button, donate, and then they tell you, hey, by the way, run these commands real quick. Are you serious? Amazing. Lutris. Proton is on GitHub. No, I haven't downloaded it. The only one that I have like downloaded to do stuff with is Bottles itself. Well, that's not good. Although I should have FlatHub. So I don't see how that's a problem. Isn't there like a discover? Shouldn't this be able to find it maybe? Why did that fail? Alright, there we go, flatback. Yeah, that's good enough. I'm shocked that that failed. Host OS, Red Star OS. Debian. I realize lately I've been answering these questions with a fake answer, but maybe occasionally I should answer with the correct right thing. Anyway, alright, here we go. Bottles first. Now, it does need, and by the way, this is my bad. I didn't put my resources inside a resources folder. Which is how I package all my games, so I don't get why I didn't do that. Oh my god, you're asking for a lot of donations. I get it, but like, chill. So far, it hasn't even worked well. It is Debian, yes. Alright, start using bottles. Alright, so TCL, it is gaming. Then runner, sure, soda, I know what that is. Alright, so we're creating a bottle. It's Debian with KDE, yes. Alright, so while this takes a while, I will go get myself some coffee. Wait, my foot's asleep. Alright, I'm going to move to this scene so you don't see me limping away. Alright, here we are. Stopped using bottles, I make my own wine prefix, an app folder, and then I just make a bash script that does wine prefix and wine app.exe. Is it that easy? Hold on, can I just do that? Do I need to download wine first off? Yes. I love downloading wrappers for things and not having that thing available to me. That feels wrong. What is all this shit, man? What the genuine fuck was all that? Do I need to do all that? No, right? I do need to do some of that. um... The Vulkan memory allocator worked without... Does Vulkan have its own memory? Oh my god, I'm terrified of Vulkan. I'm pretty sure you can use Raylib with Vulkan, because that's another thing. Since I have my own graphics library that I need to work more on. Alright, so I need to add the sources file, so I need to do this first. Right? I need to do this first. No, damn it, I didn't copy the right command. We're in dependency hell on Linux. Alright, how is that an error? Oh my god, it's not signed. It's not signed. Your mom's not signed. You don't see me complaining. Do I have to go through this? Do I actually have to go through all this? Okay, looks like now we're good. Oh my god! Ugh. Whoa, shit. Almost slipped. Package distribution is horrible, man. By the way, I asked this on my Discord, but let me ask on here. Obviously, whatever package distribution I do, for both, like, dependencies that you might need for something, for applications that you might want to install, whatever, it should be done visually, right? Although Flatseal is not for installing flat packs. This is for installing them, which, by the way, my mistake for opening Flatseal when I didn't need it. Then I kind of forgot about... Anyway. Yeah, I think it should be done like this. But like the architecture that I was thinking of building mine with is there are central repositories. Don't think Git, but yeah, central places that simply tell you com.company packages will be found on this location. Right? So we just have an entry that's like, all right, com.dferrari packages are found on github.com, blah, blah, blah. com.wine are found on, you know, their URL. And these are the ones that you add. These files are the ones that you add to your system, to your local repository. It points then to all the other repositories. When I want to push a package, I push it to this URL, not to a central point. That's my plan for doing package management. And of course, it should be installable through a UI by default. Mind you, did you do it? By the way, you did do it. All right, do we have wine now? We have wine now. Okay, so I should be able to just do... Hold on, you had the command right there in the chat. So let me scroll up. Wine prefix, then pwd. Do I need the pfx? Probably, right? is it gonna create it? And then wine ttl.exe. It's doing something. It says file loaded successfully, but it does not show on screen. However, it does compile and run, just not successfully. All right, so that's a good start for wine. All right, what about you? What about you? I know that. Don't worry about that. ttl.exe. This one will probably fail. All right, so the resources are not actually loaded. And to be fair, it's because my C drive, like where the actual exe is located, is not actually there. Like it cannot find other files. It only can find this thing. But okay, that thing actually loads. When everything went black, it's because it was only supposed to be rendering the GIF that it didn't load. So I think that's pretty good. That's a really good sign, I would say. You might need wine tricks to install some DLLs and such. Figured as much. It should be able to see the files in the location where it is rent. Well, it gave me a warning about Sandbox, which I did ignore. Browse C drive. See, this isn't my C drive. Bottles, yeah, might be doing it differently. Alright, but I have a Linux native build. I don't really want this build. Right, what I do want is to package this thing and be able to run it on, it's officially time, the virtual machine manager. All right. It is time. I can test Windows for you if you want. Well, that would be useful, yes. The game's not really ready for distribution. Where can I upload it just very quickly so that anyone on a Windows machine can test it? But I'm still gonna do the thing just for, you know, I promised you people you're gonna see me suffer. So I have to. Can we get a download button here, or do I have to buy a PC to get say hello to security? Shut the fuck up. Yo, if you want to run my game on ARM, by the way, $1,500. Massgrave.dev. Microsoft activation scripts. Windows and Office activator. I don't understand. Oh, they host Windows 10. Can I post link? Yes. Yes, you can. Scan me on my Jester cam? Oh shit, sorry. My bad. Jester. We need you. It's gonna take a while, okay? Software download. Thank you. Why? The last time I went on this website, by the way, it looked completely different. A lot less vibe coded, and it actually had a download button. No, but actually come, buddy. Alright. Windows guy. Here he is. Oh, sorry. Don't touch my coffee. Alright. Get on here and install Windows for us, okay? You're warm, but I don't mind. You're nice. Does he even know what computers are? Buddy, he's been here the entire time I've been building an operating system. This guy knows more than you. I think he knows more than me. Alright, let's see how this goes. So, no, hold on, this is not the link. This is the link, okay. Bum 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 bum. No, this is ARM. Oh, no, no, okay, it's not. Confirm. Validating your request, this may take multiple minutes? What? Is it animal cruelty to have your dog install Windows? Yes, yes it is. Um, shall we go Italian? Spanish? Let's go with Spanish. What the hell? And we got a download. Please don't affect my bandwidth for the stream. Alright. He wants to go. Was that enough, Jester, for what you paid for? How do you feel about that? Eight gig ISO. Oh, you know we're gonna be on the installer for a really long time. We're gonna be in it for a really long time. We're gonna be hanging out on that installer for a while. By the way, I'm pretty sure I need... Oh, okay. I saw something in my Twitch configuration I was a little bit surprised by. Anyway, I'm pretty sure I still need a Microsoft account. I'm not using my actual Microsoft account. So I'm just gonna be working on that real quick. Taking a while. It's getting slower. I think my computer is like, no, don't do this to me again, please. Alright, sign in. Create an account. They put an exclamation point and create account. Like anyone should be excited about this. Come on, man. Alright, verify your email, of course. If you put the... Oh, really? You can install without an account. Well, I'm already doing it. Well, not really. I've barely just started. Alright, let's try this. Local install media... Oh, but it's a network install. Probably. So... Multi-edition ISO. I'm pretty sure an 8 gig ISO is not the entire operating system. It's Windows. So, now let's try. Let's try. See what happens. Choose an ISO. We're gonna go to our downloads folder, which is full of things, including a picture of the creator of JavaScript and Terry Davis. Win 11 Spanish. Open. Windows 11. Forward. 8 gigs of RAM. All right. 4 CPU. This thing is greedy, man. 12 CPUs. Can I share between machines? Windows is 8 gigs? Oh. Okay. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't believe I have access to 9P, which is the protocol that QEMU uses to share files between host and guest, which I use a lot in my operating system, but Windows programmers are not as good as me. So I think a dog hair got in here. I'll be right back. Ugh, how sad. Dog hair got everywhere. Just one got in the actual coffee, and that's very very surprising number. No, I just downloaded Home Edition in one language. Last time I wanted to bloat max. This time I don't. Alright, so I don't believe I can share, so I will need network. But like, can't I just... By the way, this is what I was talking about, which why my system doesn't have network is because I need to set this up if I want to have a network. But can I just not tell it no network? No, don't start the network. Okay, let's try that. Don't start the network. So later on, if I need to download it, network default is not active. The fuck do you want a network for? Yes, activate the goddamn net. Oh my god. I'm gonna continue with the account creation. That's my code. España. I was born on October 10th of 2000, and I have to be careful. I have to make myself an adult, otherwise I'm gonna have some issues with this. 2000. Next, my name, Terry, last name, Davis. Gates. I would like information, tips, and offers from Microsoft, yes. So this failed. Let's prove you're human. Press and hold the button. This captcha is very interesting. There is no button, by the way. It's telling me to press and hold the button. There is no button. This is so incredible. I wish I could show it to you, but I started doing it on my laptop for safety of a temporary email account that I'm creating, but it doesn't matter. This is incredible. It says I'm going to at least send it on my Discord. Oh my god. Wow. By the way, I can upload the zip to my disk. Oh, but then I can't access it. If you want to see what's going on right now with the installation, go to my Discord. There's no button. And it reset the entire thing. This is so amazing. Oh my god. Anyway, this didn't work. I feel like. No, not snapshot. Can you... Okay, there. Why is the button white on white? Press any key to boot from CD or DVD. Continue? No, it straight up did not find any devices, did it? Alright, so I did this wrong. Start over. Absolutely incredible state of affairs going on right now. No, 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 no. I'm not giving all my course. Jesus Christ. That was almost a mistake. Okay, so let's do like 60 gigs. Forward. Windows 11. Okay, I'll keep that name. Maybe I got offended. Okay, network should be enabled. Finish. Maybe because it failed the first time? No, it's straight up failing. No bootable device. Boot manager. Doesn't work. That's very interesting. Oh, okay. Alright. Siguiente. Siguiente. Instalar. No tengo clave de producto. We are preparing some things. We're doing stuff. We are doing stuff. Alright, so it allows me to... That's weird. I thought I downloaded the home edition. Alright, so we're gonna read this real quick. No, we're not. Can't even be bothered scrolling to the bottom. Espere, buscando discos. Disco cero. That's good. Siguiente. Instalar. Instalando. Okay. Did it say it was gonna take 50 gigs? I gave it 60. Anyway. In the meantime. Let me open up Discord. Can I... Is my... I'm so glad Discord is now auto-updating on Linux too. And that is such a great thing that they added. Anyway. First off... Press and hold the button. That's an image, by the way. So... I got that, I refreshed the page, and then I went back to the beginning. So yeah, we're good. We're off to an amazing start. These people are so useless, holy fuck. Alright, we're gonna create a folder, we're gonna call it TTL win. We're gonna put all of these directly in there. We're going to put the exe file, and we're going to copy, and we're going to paste. We're going to create an archive. Tar? Why is tar the default? Jesus Christ, man. Zip should be the default. Linux is so counterintuitive, man. I swear to God. Anyway, we should have a zip. I was hoping I could send it through Discord, but... Uh-oh, this file exceeds the file limit. It does have an uncompressed audio track in there. So that sucks. Anyway, is there anywhere that I can just upload files? Like, is WeTransfer still a thing? I don't think it is. That neither me nor the person downloading need to sign up. Is that a thing that we're still doing? Mega? Does that work? As long as I don't need to sign up and anyone downloading doesn't need to sign up. Even if it lasts like 24 hours, that's fine. I only need it for... Actually, this may not be done in 24 hours. Yeah, I'll check out Mega in a minute. Alright, so I don't have a Microsoft account. Now, the reason I'm trying to do it on my laptop... By the way, my camera's lagging a little bit. So, thanks for that, Microsoft. The reason that I signed in up on my laptop is the first time I did this, I tried signing up on there, and I got a CAPTCHA error there as well. But on my laptop, I was able to do it. Now it doesn't even work there anymore. GitHub. Yeah, whatever, man. Yeah. Fuck it, I'm not even gonna try anything else. Instalando. Alright. Test win version. Windows version of the shit. Pre-release. Attach binaries. Well, I'm assuming you also take something that isn't explicitly binary. Why does it keep accessing my keychain? Is that Discord, actually? Is that still open? That's not still open. By the way, it doesn't have an icon, which I don't know how to do. File bin. Okay. Well, I think, honestly, this might be the best way to go about it. We aren't able to create a release for you. Make sure you have a valid tag. Can I tag from GitHub directly? Shouldn't there be a tag thingy here? I can do it in the release page directly. You know, I've never done a okay, here. Create tag. Alright, 0.1.0 W for Windows. Alright, there's your tag, publish release. There we have it. Alright, instalando 42%. Mantén el equipo enchufado. This is Latin American Spanish, actually. Alright, so if you want to test this on Windows, this is the URL. Otherwise, I'll be there in about 2 hours to test it on Windows as well. 2 gigs for free and runners for 500 a month on 90 courses. Wow, seriously? Oh, also for free. Like GitHub, yeah. GitHub is pretty cool with that stuff, actually. The problem is you need to use YAML to configure it, so that's not very cool. 94%, that was a huge jump, man. Un momento. You got this, man. You have 8 gigs of RAM and you have 12 cores. You cannot possibly complain. I hate how slow that spinner is. How laggy the whole thing is right now. Although I do remember there were issues with GPU drivers in virtual machines on Windows, so ¿es el país o región correcto? Sí, pero el español no. Like, that is horrible fucking grammar. El país should be correcto. La región should be correcta. I'm sorry, but regions are female. No, I need the English distribution. I don't know. Estados Unidos Internacional. I do not want another one. How much space it took? I feel like it probably took most. I should be able to resize it if it comes down to it, but my game is 30 megabytes, so I don't think it's gonna come down to it. Okay, it's gonna do updates now. Man. Now, the question that I have is, why are there updates on an ISO that I downloaded like 30 minutes ago off of your website? Shouldn't that be the most up-to-date version? Isn't that just a logical thing? Then again, it's Microsoft. How long does it take you to check if there's updates? Perdón, por comprobar si hay actualizaciones. Hangs for me with memory usage all over the place. Yeesh. Gave me a white screen and crashed. That's not good. They would need to automate the ISO generation on every update. Yeah, that's called CI. GitHub can handle that. Their own website. 400 megabytes of usage. What? I am not using that much memory. Although I do have to say I'm not free memory, so yeah, my bad. Kind of forgot about that part. You can't have use after free if you never free. I just need to see if it runs, then I'll handle that later, but yeah. Sorry about that. I am not free in memory, that's really dumb. Alright, let me at least write that. So it does mean I'll have to make a new version, but anyway. Wait, am I not free in memory? I am free in memory! Never mind. I'm being dumb. Hmm. Again, the code that I wrote is absolute shit. But I don't believe it should be using 600 megabytes of memory, because like, what could you possibly be doing with that? Also hanging at the beginning, that's not a good sign either. Alright, it's updating. So, yeah. Microsoft. Have you heard of GitHub? You can use it for CI. And it can probably build ISOs for you every time you push to main. So that I don't need to download something and it's already out of date the second I download it. Alright, name for the device. Lustos. I think that's how Terry Davis spelled it. Alright, moment of truth. Can I do this without an account? How do I use the make file? You should be able to do make, wait, no, just make. Right, no, I haven't pushed the updates that I just did, have I? Now it's checking updates again. Alright, hold on, let me do this real quick. So what you're going to have to do is replace this with the compiler that you want to use. And then use these flags. You're going to want to do make build. I need to push this real quick. And you will need to use the correct raylib. Because I'm not sure that I can distribute that. But you can download the raylib from their website. So patch this and this to the correct path. Where did my commit go? Where did my commit go? It actually did it. It just hasn't realized. But the file's not here anymore. Update later. Update later. It's lagging like crazy. And I see my camera lagging as well. That's such an unpleasant thing to use. What do you mean upstream changes not synced yet? There were upstream changes? Oh yeah, the tag. See, that's what my local server does. If there's something that happened on GitHub that it doesn't have yet, it is going to wait until it has synced and then allow you to push. Right, so all you need to do is use the correct path for raylib here, which I'm not including because I don't think I can. And then use the correct compiler, which is either default or Windows, and then just make build. I'll obviously write it so that you don't have to do all of that, but right now with my computer lagging a lot and not knowing if this works at all, I'll wait a little bit. I waited a long time and the game actually loaded. It is using 1 gig of RAM. Look, I do understand that there is a 1 minute track that's probably pretty big. This one. Because I wasn't sure if you could use compressed formats, what formats are supported. In their example, they were using a WAV file, so I used that. This is probably gigantic. 13 megabytes. It's not super big. These images are pretty small. The GIF is 31 megabytes. That's actually the biggest one. This is 269 bytes. This is 1 kilobyte. This is 700 bytes. Got rid of the Mac. Yeah, you can also do that. If you can compile Raylib with that, that's also helpful. If you're on Windows, yeah, you should be able to. Can I genuinely not do this without... Guess we're gonna try to sign up for an account. Again. Second time I try today. Alright, monitor your usage because it's not supposed to be using 1 gig. So there's something definitely wrong. But also, at the very beginning, I'm not even running any code. That's just Raylib. Although it is running, like, getting textures and stuff, but it's really weird that that's taking a long time. Joe Pop. Seems to have worked. Yeah, I was born on the 11th. Earlier I was born on the 10th. Now I'm born on the 11th. Alright, they're gonna send me an email. A second one. 2 minutes of... Oh, I didn't even realize that's we're running. Uses 80% of my GPU. That is insane. What the hell is going on? Alright, you might want to stop running it until I know what's happening, because... Yeah, don't run that. Why is it using so much RAM? That's really surprising. It does take a little bit to load, but it's not that slow. And most importantly, it doesn't seem to be using that much RAM. No sync. Looks like we made it. There was no CAPTCHA. All the telemetry. Alright, let me see what it's like on Mac real quick. I didn't notice it was using that much RAM. Why is it using that much RAM? That is genuinely surprising. No lie. Let me do some debugging off screen then. How about I just remove any references to sound? Don't init an audio device. Don't load a sound. See if that fixes anything. Alright, please do stop running it, because don't want it to be using too many resources on anyone's computer. It's not supposed to be using this many resources. But it is. What's really weird is what's taking... I do understand my code is not necessarily the most optimized, but it cannot possibly be this bad. Hold on, let me do something then. While no should close, begin drawing, do a text, draw text, hello, with position 0, Y position 0, font size 30, color red, and drawing. Alright, just run that. And that is taking 1 gig of RAM. What? How is that possible? Alright, there's something wrong here with Raylib because it's taking... No, don't keep running it. Alright, now it's using 400 megabytes of RAM, which is kind of crazy. No, stop offering me shit. Stop! 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 It is using 400 megabytes of RAM for a very simple... Oh, we're in the system. Alright, tiny issue now. This memory issue is happening to me on Mac as well. Probably on Linux as well. So I want to look at that before I get to the Windows part. What are you running? This is a brand new machine. How can you possibly be opening command prompt? Do I have a virus already on it? Does it come pre-installed with a fucking virus? Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. Windows. That was an incredible experience. However, we are gonna shut you down for a minute. Because you're lagging my entire PC. And we're gonna get to the bottom of this. Because the code that I'm running now is using 400 gigs. Megabytes, not gigs. Tag that's not responding. Yeah, that's true. I wonder if I need to do something else with Raylib then. How does shutting down take this long? Oh my god. Oh my god. You're updating. You piece of shit. It's gonna corrupt it or something if I turn it off right now. I can understand that it's using a lot of resources because again, it has uncompressed audio and whatnot, but it has very small images. So, alright, let me try then. Loading the sound without using it. Is surprisingly keeping the memory usage down. Alright. We should be able to do it here. Although it does mean I need to use the default compiler and the Linux arguments. Can you make run? Dangerous relocate. Okay, what did I do wrong? Right, you should not be using this Raylib. You should be using the default Raylib include is going to be .raylib src, and the default Raylib lib is going to be lib raylib.a, and then the actual value of this is going to be that, taking out the default. Right, so here we put the Raylib include. Here we put the raylib lib. All right, so then I can put a bunch of ifs for selecting the correct one here, but default. Oh, wait. I. Right, these are also like that. Raylib src again. Oh no, that's not supposed to be there. No, this is... I put it in the wrong place. I'm including raylib into itself. And the Linux arguments for the platform, they go after the raylib include. Alright, there we have it. Now, I don't see it. It's not here at all. Is it monitor? System monitor? Task manager, I guess? Eesh, even that was lagging. 1 gig. 2% CPU. Not sure about GPU. Alright, so that's off to a bad start. By the way, is it playing audio? Yeah, it is. Alright, so that's suspect number 1 is going to be the audio. It's going to be taking a lot of memory. Because, is the search still on? Yes, good. It is uncompressed audio. Also, I see how that's probably going to be a problem. So I already disabled the... Well, no, I didn't. I'm not going to load the audio. Then anywhere that I use it, I am going to get rid of it. Which is here play and here stop. Alright, so now we have no audio. And resource usage has not moved in the slightest. Now, there is this image, right, which of course I probably want to get rid of. And I close the task manager. That is insane. The image is taking up 1 gig? The image is the big issue? The thing that nobody even understood. Shit, that's like the worst thing I've ever done. Is that really the why is my camera still lagging though? My system's not under any stress anymore. Hold on. It's kind of laggy still. Does it look okay or does it look laggy? It's probably delayed. Like, it looks okay, but it looks delayed to me. My Windows 10 laptop blue screened, restarted on its own and started doing an update. Alright, so really the biggest issue is the GIF. Although it still takes a little bit to load, mind you. But are you loading anything? You're loading this texture, which maybe I can just skip and do it after. It still takes a couple seconds to load, but there's not that much stuff that you could possibly be taking to load. Right, I saw the ChatGPT hacking Hugging Face thing. I don't believe a single word they have to say anymore. So is that even true, or is it just marketing? Because like I would believe if they were just lying. Without the image, it also loads instantly on Windows. Well, that sucks. Jesus, that image was the worst thing I ever did. Genuinely horrifying. Immediate loading. Immediate loading. And the resource usage is so much lower. Damn, okay. I guess we're getting rid of the image. That sucks. I didn't know GIFs were that resource intensive. 1 gig for a single GIF is crazy. But now the question that I have, OBS. What the fuck is happening to my camera? I'm going to like unplug it and replug it in and see if that fixes it. Alright. It's frozen now because it's loading. Alright, we're good. That was just the camera lagging. Okay. Yeah, so I'm removing that GIF. Fine, nobody liked it anyway. It was supposed to be a video. First off, it was supposed to be a video. Then I found out that Raylib does not do video, so I was like, can I do a GIF? Then I couldn't get it to work properly. So much as that sucks, the GIF is out. Alright, so let me bring back anything else I need to bring back. So the sound, first off, check if the sound works. Stop, start, and initialize the sound. Run the task manager. I don't hear anything. That's not good. Oh, this is still disabled. That is an insane difference. Wait, I can just do this. Note that all the frames of the GIF are loaded into memory. Depending on how big the GIF is, it could be extremely slow. It's a huge GIF. Okay. Thank you. Right, so we're getting rid of all this stuff. I'm not bringing it back. This GIF has been utter failure. Let's just get rid of all this code. Get rid of that too. We don't need a countdown here anymore. And that means we don't need this or this anymore. High GPU usage because there is no FPS cap? Probably. By the way, does the audio loop? I never actually got to the end of it. It does not loop. Okay. Interesting. The reason I disabled the set target FPS is because the GIF would act crazy. Super fast. Or super slow with the cap. Even though it was super fast on this system, so whatever. Alright, I guess that's gone. Right, so how can I make my sound loop? Is that a thing that I can do? Play sound. Last thing. Play sound. No. Raylib play sound loop. That cannot possibly be something so hard to find, right? Because this is where I copied the sound code from, but it tells you to just press a key, play sound. I just plays the next sound, but it doesn't do anything. By the way, I'm not properly closing the audio device. Well, let me do that. I forgot to do that. Sound looping is out of scope for now, 2021. You can use music instead. Okay, so I shouldn't be using sound. I should be using music. Load music stream. Is it enough to just make you do that? See if I can get this to work real quick, and then... this returns a what? What does this return? A music type. Okay. So that chill WAV, we're now turning it into a music, chill music, and play music stream, play this one, and then stop music stream. That we good? No, we're not. Check if music stream is play. It was a sound before, which to be fair, a sound and music are different. I would like the sound to the music to actually play. Play music stream, music, look music stream, MP3. If you need an MP3, I don't have one right now. I'll need to export it. I don't feel like doing that right now. Also, I need to remix it. It sounds really bad on headphones. It's very loud. So yeah, just load music stream, play the music stream, set the music pan, set the music volume. Maybe I need to set the volume? Default audio volume. Interesting. I did not. I was not expecting that. I didn't know where that came from. I still don't hear anything. I'm playing it in the main menu. And I am loading the music stream. Does it say anything about the music stream failing? At the beginning. Stream initialized successfully, 44 16-bit stereo. The music's loaded successfully. File IO. Another thing, by the way, is that I can use the WAV file. So it did load, by the way, but that's the only format that my system currently supports. So it would be nice if I was able to. Not for this project, but in general, it would be nice if I was able to do both. Anyway, that is still not loading the music. So we're playing the music, we're setting the volume, we're setting target FPS. Long before we play. And it doesn't really do anything to loop the music, by the way, which is what I wanted. Update music stream, would you look at that? Got it. Ah, it's very interesting though. Alright, so we're gonna be here for a minute to see if this loops. But good to know. This is working. By the way, it doesn't play in the actual game yet. There's probably a... In the meantime, I can check this. I don't know how streamers who listen to music while they stream can do it. I cannot. I can't do this. I can't speak and listen at the same time. Seek music stream. Stop, update, play music stream, unload, is music valid? Alright, so if it doesn't loop, that's how I do it. But I don't need that right now. Cool. It loops. Okay. I made the music in Logic Pro. Although most of what I used was really just Vital. Is there anything that isn't Vital? Couple things have reverb. Everything else is just a free synth. I can't even read and listen to... Oh no, I could not do that. Classical music I can do, but no. Also, when I'm coding and I'm listening to music, I have to stop if there's a bug. I have to stop listening to the music. Alright, so... Okay, GIF is gone. It's gonna stay here, sure. But GIF is gone. Can we do the conditional compilation thingy yet? Not really, not really, not really. Alright, so how about we do... Well, this one should be conditional, but it doesn't matter. How about we do a win target that does not use raylib? Right, so that uses the win compiler. The raylib include, the win raylib include G, std C99, D cross, oh that's from my C999. Shit, it's 1999, so that's technically C999, but it doesn't really matter. I don't think that's valid. Use the Windows version of the library, the platform, the Windows arguments, and output to ttl.exe. Alright, so make win. Alright, just to confirm that it works. Tend to enjoy doing this. I don't see an error, but it also didn't work. Am I being slow here? I am, right? Refresh. What do you mean refresh? Oh! Zed! Zed is genuinely breaking in front of our very eyes. This is tragic. Anyway, I might as well just do this real quick. New folder, resources. Right, so everywhere that I do, like, this, resources, then the splavatar, which stands for the splatter avatar, because it's the same bloodstain for both characters. Resources. Then the GIF is gone, so resources, and then we'll have to move you into resources. Cool. Right, so make win, also make run. It's funny how there's no audio here, by the way. Um, that's not working correctly. The floor is lava thing, I don't think it's working correctly. Or I made it too slow now, I don't know. Alright, coffee's done for the day. Why do I have two tabs here anyway? T, where you at? What are these? I'm not sure why these are here. Feel like I failed in building them at some point. Oh no. That's when I was testing Simple Make. Which is just a file that like tells you just give it a bunch of source files and it compiles them for you. With using a lot of default configuration. So when I was testing that, I forgot what I'm looking for. I'm just scrolling up and down. Where is it? Here. Okay. Alright, let's create a new build then. Move that one to the trash. We're gonna take this and the resources folder. Compress to archive.zip. Alright, is that correct? Yes, good. Alright, can I put it in the same... Can I just replace the build that I did before with this one? That would be the easiest thing for me to do. Edit. Delete that. And put this in instead. Great job. Put this in instead. Alright. Update release. Okay. Alright, so now that I'm on Windows, let me test it first before anyone tries it. That way if we ruin a machine, it's just my virtual machine. Though this time it looks like it's not gonna happen again. That GIF, yeah. It's using a lot of resources. It is, yeah, okay, I get it. GIFs are not optimized at all, right? They're just like different frames, different pictures, entirely, completely uncompressed, full picture, right? I think it's something like that. By the way, I was wondering if this is Spain. It is Spain. No, okay, shut the fuck up. Move this. No, what is happening? No. No. That took over the entire screen. This system is fucking insane. Jesus Christ. github.com/dferrari/time to live/releases/tag/0. What was that? You see how many pop-ups there are? How fucking annoying this system is? Oh my god. It's overwhelming. Can you add the fucks like appear randomly in a way and also user have requirement? I'm having a stroke. I don't understand what that means. What is happening? Oh yeah, hold on. This is the archive. Right, so how do you unarchive? Extraer todo. Extraer. Isn't Windows just amazing? That takes a while. And I'm not seeing signs of life right now. That's not good. That is not good. That is a bad sign. What is the speed? The driver does not appear to support OpenG. Oh. Oh. I forgot that little detail. Copilot on the taskbar? You don't know about the Copilot key, do you? New computers have a Copilot key now. Anyway, okay, so this is not really a problem in my system. I just think you can't really have OpenGL on Windows. This is the issue that I was talking about. It's not that it can't talk to my GPU, it's that it can't... it doesn't have OpenGL. That's the problem. So, alright, if anyone's feeling brave, can you test it? Because I'm not sure how to do this. OpenGL on Windows virtual machine. I think I need to install like a lot of stuff to get that. Update the graphics card driver on the host system. Ensure the host supports... Yeah, I don't have that. So I can't really have that, I believe. Alright. Not sure I can run it. Because there is no OpenGL. Raylib has DirectX support somewhere. Works fine for you? Okay. So all the resources, the sound plays. If that's the case, I'm good. As long as I can package it. I'll see if I can do like... Alright. Now we're back on a system that works well. Camera's lagging again. GPU pass-through into the... No, I did not do that. But I feel like I need to do what it said. Just typing it way wrong. How is it still running? No, man, shut the fuck down. So my camera is still lagging. Anyway, how can I... Information here, I think. GPU, no. Display, no. Performance, no. Memory, boot, SATA. Can't expand it, can I? Network, tablet, mouse. Oh, maybe if I supported this device, I could have network. Maybe that's a thing that I can do. I guess I'll see. It's using about 50 megabytes of RAM around here. That is low. Because I ran just a Hello World Raylib on Mac and it was using 400. Although, frame buffer sizes. There's not much you can do about the fact that you need a frame buffer of a certain size. Okay, that's good. Works great on Windows now. GPU usage also dropped. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Right, so, okay, so can you understand what you have to do with the game without the gift that didn't help in the first place? How's that part of the game? Which, again, I'm not even that excited about the game jam in the first place. So I didn't particularly care, but still. I at least want to have a game that, like, makes sense. What am I supposed to look for here? Maybe I can try using a different... GPU. So I know VertIO works well. I don't know how the other one works. 3D acceleration. Okay, there. That's what I was looking for. All right, let's try that. Unapplied change. Wait, hold on. Yes, apply. Error. Does not have OpenGL support enabled. The display backend. The display backend. After the guest shut down. Isn't the guest shut down? Guest is not running. After the next guest shut down? Yes, I'm running Windows from a VM and the main system is Linux. Yes. But since I'm on a game jam game, I need to have a Linux Windows build. By the way, conveniently, now I'm not only packaging this game but also another one. Although that one won't have any audio. What is happening right now? We're just sitting here. Pretty sure it is me trying to use. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Alright. Let's try that one more time. Shut the fuck up with the wallet system. Will we get something this time? I don't believe we will. Alright. Oh, I hear it, but I don't see it. Can I try VNC server? No. Spice server, OpenGL, okay. Let's try then. Let's try, yes, whatever. Let's try the original GPU. Yes, but with OpenGL. Only works with VertIO. So I don't think we can do anything. Alright, so it works. That's the best I can do. Is Windows really this shitty? My god. No, okay, let me see. Raylib DirectX support. That's not looking good. Google, maybe? What did I just do? Google, maybe? So this is probably from... Okay, no. Someone that used it for DirectX, but that doesn't mean that it supports DirectX. That just means this person made it use DirectX. So, unfortunately, I cannot run it in a virtual machine to test it on a true Windows environment. I can run it in Wine. There it does run at the very least. And people have told me in the chat that it does run. But it sucks that I cannot see it for myself. Outside of Wine, yes. In Wine I can get it to work. If I'm not mistaken, I can even do Wine prefix equal to pwd slash pfx. And wine ttl.exe. Is that the command? My bad. Let's see how that goes. What did I write? That seemed to have worked. Prefix. Also, this should have been PWT. I don't think that worked. That used a default wine prefix. Most likely means that there's some stuff now in my home directory. But okay, that works actually. The first time it didn't, now it did. So that's good. Quick question. Make icons for Windows. Right, because the game's not super ready yet, though today I might want to finish patching it. Well, I still need to make the other track. Like, right? It was supposed to be a more intense one, but BMP. ICO convert. Funny. The hardest part of packaging an application for different operating systems is actually, this is ridiculous, the icon. Because they all use their own proprietary ridiculous icon file format. And that means, can I use a website? I don't care if they steal my little character here. By the way, it's very tiny. Fuck it. I'll do this properly later. But yeah, Windows icon is 48 by 40. Are they really that small? ICO file. Is it gonna make me sign up? No. Seriously? No? God damn. Oh, wow. I cannot speak anymore. I'm actually surprised by that. It didn't make me sign up. I was gonna just use this as an icon. That's probably a better one. Anyway, copy. Right, and make it... does it have to have the same name as the game or something? What's the deal with that? Let's find out. If I run this, will it have an icon? GIMP can do that? Interesting, okay, that's cool. Usually these kinds of websites will make you just sign up for no goddamn reason. And only when you're actually downloading will they tell you that you need to sign up. How to use the .ico icon files on Windows. Alright, so same website as before, right? Yeah, icon editors, whatever. And then where do I put it? Does it have to have a specific name? I mean, maybe it just doesn't work on Wine. I guess let's find out. One less build for the playtesters. Shoop. Archive. Then go to this, edit it one more time. It's not even the correct tag anymore. It hasn't been for a while. Well, to be fair, I haven't done a commit, so it is. TTL win final 2. That's the only correct name. Set window icon. On Raylib? Raylib is incredible. Oh my god, I love Raylib so much. Alright, so image, img, icon, image, how do you do this? Get image. No, that's not it. There's only one place where I'm doing this. Okay, how do you load an image? Ah, fuck. Load image. Load image. Yeah, that's it. Load image with this name. Although I'm probably gonna make the icon a little bit better. Set icon. Set window icon. Icon. Alright, then we can do make run. Hmm. Windows not equal to null failed. So I probably should have done this after I knit the window, right? That would have made sense. Isn't that amazing? Okay, hold on. I want to see something now. This is something really, really stupid I'm about to do. But no, I can't do that. Okay. Just like that. Then do current icon. It's gonna be really silly if this works, but and this is why my memory usage went up to 1 gig earlier, because I'm doing stupid shit like this. Alright, yes, but probably if it has data, right? And then current icon equal to load image from that, and then set set window icon to that. To embed the icon into the exe. I do not want to do that. I do not want to do that at all. Look at that. I can set the icon as I switch characters. I'm gonna write a love letter to Raylib later today. My god, this thing is amazing. Okay, look, I have decided. I don't even care about GLFW anymore. GLFW, you're done. You're done now. I don't need you. I am going to use Raylib from now on, which internally uses GLFW. Sure. Watch me not care. I'm sorry. It's more straightforward. It does have the same issues, by the way, that GLFW has when it comes to window size on Mac. Because, again, the reason I've been able to play on such a small window so far is that on Mac it looks bigger. So GLFW has the same issue, but whatever. By the way, does it have any, like, scaling function? Because that... Get Windows Scale DPI, okay. It has automatic clipboard, which I'm pretty sure GLFW has as well. Ray does offer an entire project builder. That thing that I opened earlier? The quick start? Alright, by the way, I'm not gonna go back to Windows, and my camera's lagging a little bit, so I'm gonna disconnect it real quick. And I should be back in a second. Last image taken before disaster right there, Jesus. Are you serious? The entire thing that I just did, you're telling me this now? And it's an HIO too. My god, this is incredible. He jump scares me every time. I kind of want to keep him there now. .0 alpha version. Interesting. Okay, so this is very small. So we're not off to a good start here. DPI and all that. Although it looks small on both my monitors. Close. Project config file RPC. Interesting. So I kind of wanted to do the same thing for my build system. Although it's not like my build system can handle... Like, you can't package for Windows, Mac, and Linux on the same machine. Alright, so how do I do an RPC file? Kind of want to see what this works like. Raylib project creator. Starting to get a bit much. Raylib has its own standalone library for UI? Would you look at that? And it has buttons. I had no idea. He has an online version? Okay, that might be helpful. Although, that doesn't really help. It just makes it easier for us to see. Oh wait, hold on. Because this is the entire flow now. Do I have that here? Load project config, save current. What's that say? The mouse is right over it, I can't see it. Alright, so let's ignore it. Let's look at this one. Build system, make file. Generate the project structure. Great. And there's my project with an RPC file, which I'm pretty sure I can just extract the damn thing. RPC file, can look at what that looks like. That's a lot going on. That is a lot of configuration. Interesting, okay. Basic how to configure stuff. Not bad. Damn. Incredible. I'm using Debian right now. Hello, Cursed Devil. It's been a while. How you been? All right, so how about... So I want to see if it can build... Most importantly, I want to see if it can build web. All right, so this is the project creator, right? But does it also have the project builder available online? No. No. Well, why would it? It needs the compilers and stuff. All right. So let's... Okay, let's not. We don't need it right now. Very interesting, Raylib. Very, very interesting. I think I'm switching to man. I'm switching to Raylib. I swear to God, this is... It is such a breath of fresh air of an open source project that, first off, I have to say I really enjoyed working with it for this game. Granted, nothing is optimized. Yeah, we saw that with a GIF incident just now, but look how easy everything was to do. Very easy to integrate, although it still needs dependencies on Linux for some reason. Whereas on Mac and Windows, it works out of the box, just a static library that you have in Raylib. But for Linux, no. So that's very weird. But again, I can use the pre-built versions of it. It does audio, which GLFW obviously doesn't, and I would need to do that. The window icon thing was just the cherry on top. Alright, first off, do I need this? I'm assuming the default volume is 1. Is that louder? No, it's the same. Alright, so... should I do it whenever I start up a new level, or should I always play the same... No, always play the same level, right? Always play the same music, I mean. So, don't even stop the music. Don't even stop the music. Stop the music when we're done with the entire thing. That did not work. How'd you learn systems programming? Just by doing stuff. It's pretty much the only way to learn something like that. I don't believe in books. Well, I do for fiction, but not for for learning, for that kind of stuff. Not that they don't work, it just doesn't work for me, so I can't really give you recommendations. Did I keep the, no. So play music stream. Oh, we're not updating it anymore, that's what's happening. Right, so where should I put it? Probably here. Although the chill music thing is defined down here, so we can move it up to here. I kind of almost on purpose made the project structure messy as hell. That was the easiest fucking thing I've ever done. That's not working correctly. That should be a lot. See, that is, first off, I hate talking with audio playing, so I'm gonna mute my computer. I'm not sure if that's gonna mute it for everybody or just me. Can you still hear that, by the way? Not that it matters. It's literally a very quick track that I made in 1 minute. But I find it very annoying. You can still hear it? Okay. Oh, you can hear that incredible track. You'd have to mute it from OBS. Well, if people don't like it, let me know. I'll mute it from OBS. I'm muting it because I have a hard time listening to it and talking at the same time. It's also quite loud, and I didn't mix it for headphones, so that didn't help. I literally finished it when I started the stream. Like when the ads were playing at the beginning of the stream, that's when I finished it. Anyway, what am I supposed to do? Right, the multiplier. This thing. It's incredibly slow. What am I even using the multiplier for? It's the floor is lava thing. Alright, so let's fix the text a little bit. Then... where am I actually using the damn multiplier? I'm pretty sure that math is wrong. No, really. I could comment the music code snippet. Though I have to comment 2 of them. That is just... I don't know, man. The point of the multiplier is that it goes down 1 second per second. But when I increase the multiplier, it goes down faster. But on Mac, it goes down super fast. And here it's going down super slow. I can make the music volume 0, by the way, which is probably better. Because otherwise I have to do it in 2 different places. So at least I can keep my computer unmuted. And I do find music very repetitive. Well, it's literally, again, a looping 1 second. Am I doing the math wrong? Am I wrong to think that that still feels fast? Yep. Alright, is the game at least a little bit clearer now as to what you're actually supposed to do? I believe the issue was just the GIF. This is going by super fast, by the way. I'm supposed to, like, manually hold on to it. Ooh. That was interesting. Ugh! Some levels are really easy. Some levels look really fucking hard. I don't think I'm doing this. Jesus Christ. Ugh. Alright, I'm not doing this. Some levels are really easy. The hardest level I've faced so far immediately after. Cool. By the way, there's supposed to be some logic for making the platforms a minimum size, but I must have done something wrong there. Because, yeah, that's not working very well. Anyway, alright, so we tried the game and it works on Windows. Works on Mac, works on Linux. I got rid of the goddamn GIF. It's still here. If Zed ever decides to show it, we can look at it. There it is. You can see the game, how it's supposed to be played, I guess. I may put it in a README, or upload it to itch.io. But yeah, it doesn't really explain how to play the game properly. Apparently, people couldn't really understand it. I do hope you can understand it better from the actual gameplay. But anyway, I do want to scale up the window. I'll have to do that. It's just a little bit of annoying math. See, that's what made the platform so small. It was supposed to be max, not min. Although, that's still not 50. I think. But it looks better. Alright, yeah, so some levels are really, really easy. And I don't particularly want to make them harder. They're pretty much all easy until you get to the point where you're supposed to, like, the platforms start moving. Which is taking longer than it should. Alright, there it is. Didn't yet understand how to play and how to... Okay, so no, it's an arcade type of game, so you don't win, you just keep playing. Oh my god, I just realized level 3, 4, 7, and 8 are supposed to have the platforms always moving. After that, it's completely random if they move or not, but... That's why it never worked. Right, so the way that it's supposed to be played, and I really hate that I cannot convey this properly, is that you're supposed to go from one platform to another, you die after 3 seconds, and the bloodstain that you leave behind acts as a platform as well. I don't know how to package that into a very simple sentence that I can use to explain the game without a tutorial. I don't want to do a tutorial. I don't want to do a wall of text that explains the game. Then again, I only have 4 days, of which today is the last day. Tomorrow, technically. I have till tomorrow morning. I'm streaming in the afternoon. Hold on. Let me see real quick. What should be already over? Okay, no. Submissions close in exactly 1 day and 51 minutes. So I have 25 hours to fix all the bugs that I'm having, scale the window up at least to like the size of your screen probably, and then do some math to keep the logic that I have correct, and then teach you how to play the damn game. But I don't know how to do that last part. I thought a GIF that explains the game to you would work, but first off, the GIF took a gigabyte of memory and took forever to load, and people told me it doesn't explain what the game does. So, not looking good from the tutorial point of view. But I don't know how to do it otherwise. I was hoping that this would be enough to teach you how the game is supposed to be played. But to be fair, there's not that much visual or audio feedback either that helps you understand those kinds of things. And I probably could come up with an intuitive way of teaching you that, but I have 25 hours. So I'm not sure how to do that. I guess we'll see. If I manage to do that, or if I just put a text that's like, use your previous attempts as platforms to get from point A to point B. You die after 3 seconds. I mean, I did put some text. This is taking forever to load. Oh, no, it's not. I always forget that it loads over here. There used to be a subtitle, which I'll probably have to bring back. I just want to make it something that explains the game in as few words as possible. And then here it says you only live 3 seconds, make them count. That part is enough, but I do need a subtitle for the game. I don't know what to make it. Alright. In the meantime, For cross-platform builds, default compiler, then default raylib include gstdc99 main.c default raylib library, then lin arguments output ttl dot just ttl, and then do the same thing for Mac. Default compiler, default raylib include gstd, yeah, and then Mac args. Both of these depend on raylib. And then packaging this thing on Windows and Mac is just putting things in the correct folder structure. I even have like a system to package my programs that can handle Linux, but it needs, for app image, it needs, wait, I don't need app image anymore. I don't need app image anymore. I don't have any more dependencies if I use raylib. All I need to package the game is the executable and the resources folder, same as Windows, same as Mac, though Mac uses a different system structure. But I don't need app image anymore. Holy fuck! It's great not having any dependencies, or having just one dependency. A graphical chart to explain the flow of the game? Not sure I know how to do that. IDK, what to do. You know, I read this when they say a depressed person with a historical title of nobility, and I just read that and I was like, what are you talking about? Count down. The count is feeling down. Incredible. I hope someone's making a Dracula game, by the way. Anyway, isn't countdown a single word? It is a single word. Normally. I'm pretty sure they made it into 2 words just so they could make that pun. Again, maybe this is the point of the game jam, to learn how to solve these kinds of issues, which I haven't. But oh well, we'll get there. Anyway. Alright, so am I good now? Can I do make lin? Package is a Linux build. Right? Can you refresh, please, for the love of God? Not sure since when I need to refresh Z for this kind of stuff, but apparently I do. There it is. And I can build a .exe, and then I can build the Windows, the Mac build, which I do need a Mac for. I cannot do it on another machine. But this actually means I can build for all 3 platforms. If I don't have any dependencies, I can build for all 3 platforms on Mac. Because the only one that has a well, no. Do I have a Linux compiler for Mac? Is that a thing? Probably, but is that a thing? I don't know. But anyway, if I use raylib, it genuinely simplifies my my distribution system a lot without having to use app image. Which, granted, I could have done that with GLFW building it statically, but GLFW is a much more painful project to handle than Raylib. Raylib is a breath of fresh air. I love you, Raylib. Amazing. It's just beautiful, 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 beautiful. This is what open source should be like, by the way. There's even some sort of wine runner. Oh yeah, but that's for Windows. Actually, we used to have just wine on Mac. Nowadays, not anymore. But we used to have just wine on Mac. I guess they exist. I don't really have a problem with compiling on Linux, compiling on Mac. Running Mac apps on Linux. Oh, no, that's not what I mean. What I'm saying is, I'm done with my project. I want to distribute it for all platforms. Mac has a requirement that its compiler really only works on Mac. They don't offer cross-platform compilation to Mac as a source, as a destination. Whereas Windows does. So I'm sure I could compile from Mac for Windows and probably for Linux, but I don't know what compiler to use for that. But anyway, I can do both from Linux and then Mac from Mac. I don't really have a problem with doing it like that. It's not going to be fully automated, but it's fine. We're good. We're good. Zig is... Can Zig compile... cross-compile to Mac? That sounds shady as hell. Although, Zig is a completely new toolchain. So it probably can. Yeah. Minji... I still want to read that as Ginger Minge. I don't know what to say. MinGW should be available on Mac. Yeah, that makes sense. What I mean is compiling for Mac from another machine. But yeah, again, I have this game to package, and then I have another game to package. What I hadn't thought about is, of course, Zig is completely from the ground up. So if Apple doesn't provide a compiler for Mac, they have their own. They don't have to. Although they probably compiled that one. Initially, they needed a Mac. Nowadays, they can do that. That's pretty cool of them, actually. I hadn't considered that, because Zig is trying to do completely from the ground up. Which is a philosophy that I quite agree with. Despite me relying on C and GCC a lot, because it's just me. But cool. Nice. Alright. So I can build a game. Not the compiler, but the certificate. Well, you need the compiler in the first place. You won't always have that compiler. External is gonna get ignored for now. I don't think that anyone's gonna care to compile this project. Right, but if you do, you have to get the Raylib build yourself. Or compile Raylib as well, like you can probably just do that. Anyway, just gonna do a commit of all this stuff. If I increase the screen size, I'm gonna need to scale everything up. But with that, we're also going to do ignore.exe files. Then all my resources. The ICO file can go to the trash. We don't need it. That is so cool. TTL win, this entire folder can go. By the way, when I say Z is breaking more and more, I actively don't understand what is happening to Z right now. From a software development point of view, unless there is a local LLM inside of my Z executable that is modifying the code, there's no way that Z is breaking more and more and more. But why can it not display this as a correct fucking folder anymore? Like, if this wasn't on stream, happening on stream, like genuinely new bugs happening every minute on Z on stream, I would think I'm just going crazy. But there's witnesses. Unless I'm hallucinating you too. Chat, are you a hallucination? It's insane the way this code editor is actively breaking before my eyes. Features that used to work have stopped working completely. This file is no longer there. It is also inside of a folder. You should be able to parse this as a folder. What in the genuine fuck is happening, man? Alright, so TTL win final 2 is actually correct. But we're gonna get rid of that. It's not gonna go away, but we did get rid of that. Zed. Wait till he finds out it's a simulation. That makes sense, yeah. Okay, no, does anyone have any theories to what may be happening to Zed? I disabled updates because I knew that this was gonna happen, but it's happening anyway. I disabled updates in June because I saw that more and more Zed was becoming more vibe coded and having more bugs. But even though I disabled them, every time I open it, it's a new bug. To the point that it's not just new bugs are arising, it's that new bugs are being created. Like, how is this possible? Again, unless there is a local LLM modifying the code, I don't understand. Resources folder. And music to levels, platform movement fix. All right, I'll still have to scale the game to be bigger, and I do want to finish another track. I think it's time to make our own code editor. I don't know what build this is. I don't think this build works very well. This is actually acting like a shell right now. But no, it's mode file. Yeah, this is not working. This is an old build, but this is supposed to be a text editor. Inspired by Emacs, but not stupid like Emacs. Made by people that have used a computer. Still not fixed the redraw. Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the thing. Another thing that I wanted to show. When I showed off the fixes that I did to the code that I wrote yesterday, I said, okay, I did zoom, and you can even zoom in now. Although it doesn't focus on the area that you're in. That's a thing that I'm going to want to add, but you can zoom in now. Right? It's a little bit slow, whatever, but it works. But it also refreshes the view when you're zoomed, which didn't work before. You know why it didn't work before? Super complex fix. It's going to take me a while to explain it to you. I wasn't marking it to be redrawn on the screen. That's the reason it didn't work before. When you were zoomed out, this function wasn't there. So it only refreshed when I moved the cursor over and kind of like did this. Watch it. See how it only refreshes? Well, it's a little bit hard to tell. It only refreshes when I move the mouse over it. Because I genuinely just forgot to do that. Sorry if it's a little bit hard to understand. I understand it's very technical. Not everyone is as good a coder as me, can understand such complex topics, but yeah. There you go. Yeah, when you move though, it doesn't work very well. It does have those scan lines. That will probably require a little bit more of synchronization in what I'm doing, which I'm not bothering with right now. But, yeah. That's how simple that was. Made a compiler for my OS. Used to compile the game and test on my OS. Wait, you made a C compiler? Damn. Found cross-compiler toolchains to compile from Linux to Mac OS, so yes, you can build for Mac. Interesting. Can you link it? Should be able to link. Because like I actually have in Red Build, my build system does have packaging, which if you use this, should be able to generate a package called hack with this version, this author, this category, and you can make it work for Linux, Mac, and Windows, but it isn't capable of doing. Where was I with that? It doesn't have the different compilers yet. I haven't bothered with that part yet. But it should be able to, you just pass it a thing, and it packages it for you. Now, the thing is, I never finished the Windows build, but the Windows build is literally so simple. And the Linux build got simpler too, although I cannot really use this just yet. But because this is made for my project structure, and that one does use GLFW, so I need app image, but I do not need. I will not need it once I switch back to Raylib. Anyway, for Windows, right now I'm doing an error, right? But it's literally as simple as pkg, and make another function like this one. Defun pkg. Back to writing Lisp, hell yeah. Make dir, and that directory is going to be the name of your package. So pack name pkg. Then this code will run inside of that directory. Inside of that, we will do copy dir resources, and then copy file the .exe into, well, here we can use a little let as a treat. Name that thing. Copy file, name, which is made to copy a file that is located inside of, well, no, it doesn't work like that anymore. It doesn't use these folders anymore. So it should be able to package now. Let me try. So just copy resources into this directory that we made. Yeah, we're good. Should be good. I'm gonna do a little concatenate string here for calling it that, and then win. That's the name of our directory. Copy the resources. Then, hold on. That was wrong. All right. Let me test it out then. Win pkg. And all I have to do is something like this. I'll need a generate build file like this. No, I don't need to edit this one actually. This one's not used. So go back to TTL, do package.lisp, copy this in, then load red build packaging. Hold on, what's the name of the packaging packager dot packaging slash package dot lisp. and create a Windows build of the game that is called Time to Live version 0.0 alpha 1. That's not actually going to go anywhere. Author is also not going to go anywhere. Category is also not going to go anywhere. Sabbatical script package.lisp. Failed. Couldn't load red build packaging package.lisp. Red build packaging packager. It did something. CP of time to live exe. Right. It uses the name of the executable. So that's a little shitty, but it's that simple to like package the application for Windows. For Linux, it's literally that simple too. Now, with Raylib, but the build system is not prepared for that. But again, all I need to do is take this and take this. All right. What is this anyway? Tunar. Who opened that? Damn, okay, so literally the thing that convinced me 100% to switch to Raylib, to switch back to Raylib, because I used to use Raylib, is this one. Because that is insanely simple. I don't have to package an icon file or anything like that. It just works like that. And I'm gonna test it on Mac real quick, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna work. Don't know what I'm waiting for. Although on the Mac, if I do make run, it will do build, which will compile with the platform arguments. All right. Make file detect platform. That's a thing that I need to do as well. Detect the current operating system that I'm on, because make run should use the correct compiler and the correct arguments, right? These are the Windows arguments, Mac arguments, and Linux arguments. That's the most important part. What changes do I have in the main.c here? I see. Right, so do I do something for that? No. In my operating system, I detect whether I'm, well, in my library, I detect whether I'm building something for the OS or for cross compilation, but I don't detect the current system that I'm on. This. I need this. Although I'm pretty sure I used to have this. Is there no reference to that anywhere here, maybe? Okay, no, but so it's that. If I want to build for Windows. Otherwise, if I want to get uname, I have to do that. Or that. Right, so let's make this thing fully cross-platform just to fully finish it. The platform arguments are going to be this, and the compiler. Okay, I have a question for the Windows people. The compiler that I'm using to compile is min whatever. Do I need to use that same name for Windows? Like when you're actually on Windows? or do I use just GCC as a name and then it resolves to the correct compiler? That's how it works on Mac, for example. You can just use GCC and it resolves to Clang. But does it work the same way on Windows? Like, can I just keep the compiler as GCC? I'm not sure how that works. Does anyone know? Anyway, yeah, so the platform arguments that you're gonna use, these are lin arguments, these are win arguments, though you're probably gonna lose an argument if you support Windows. And then Mac arguments here. Right, so choose between these arguments. On Windows, it's CL. MinGW provides GCC. Okay. Compiler is still GCC. MinGW are installable environments. Okay, so if I'm on Windows and I want to compile this project for Windows, I type in GCC. Is the question that I'm asking. If you need to install GCC, that's your problem, not mine. I don't plan on building this thing for Windows. Wait, it's not GCC. You install MinGW. No, I understand about installing, but like once I actually have everything installed, call GCC. That's the question. Okay. If you need to have Ginger Minge installed and you don't, that's your problem, not mine. I expect you to have it. I don't care. All right, so default compiler, everything except for this uses that. This is only for compiling to Windows from another platform. All right, so if I'm on Windows, I compile using the Windows arguments and the default compiler. Otherwise, I use the default compiler. So I don't need to specify this. All right, based on the uname, if it's Linux, I pass it the Linux arguments. If it's Mac, I pass it the Mac arguments. Let us see. Mac run. Bada bing. By the way, I do need to commit this with the music volume not set to 0, perhaps, would be nice to have. And bada bing, bada boom. Well, native compilation. Push that. Why is my server being slow today, man? Like really, really slow today. Just when I need it to. Alright, pushed. Git ul probably won't do anything. Git pull worked. Okay. Again, I feel like the server is just like sitting idly and doing nothing. And then when I actually wake it, it takes a while to actually wake up. Because like the git push took a while, but the git pull was instant. So yeah, I guess that makes sense, kind of. It's a bit annoying. Oh, I don't have the git sub module update. Is that the correct command? Init. Hey, okay. I got it on the second try. I figured out how to install submodules. I can never remember the commands for submodules, so glad that after months and months of using them, I'm finally learning. Although I would love to know what's taking so long in cloning. Bitcoin miners slowing it down. Oh, I should probably check it. You know, I used to use that computer for work a while ago. They actually gave me money to use my own computer. Crazy shit. Anyway, they made me install like a VPN service type of thing. I think it was from like Oracle. It stayed installed on that until last year. This is a job from 2020 or 2021. And that shit stayed installed on my system until 2025. I could not get rid of it. I wiped the system several times, mind you. Bye, Jester. Oh, you're going to drink water, okay. Forgot MinGW uses the Linux toolchain. Okay, so it doesn't work on Mac? Well, I don't know. But anyway, I'm okay with building on Linux and Mac because I have access to both of those. As long as I can cross-compile for Windows, that's good for me. All right, so you should be able to build now. Let's see. And we should be able to get music. If you hear music, it means it built. It's weirder than that. It worked. However, when people were telling me that it took literally like minutes to load the project, I did a simple hello world. So I got rid of all this code and I did a simple loop with a begin drawing, write a text that said hello, end drawing, loop. And tested it to see if that was using a lot of memory. And even though none of that code is still there, and the code has been updated, the makefile kinda didn't pick that up. So it still loaded the hello, even though that code doesn't exist. There's a typo, I'm pretty sure. This works fine. Where's my music though? Did I break the music now? Or did I do this somewhere else that I forgot to change? Music's not loading anymore. Well, this is being really weird. Alright, well, I don't understand what's happening, but this dash seems to have disappeared. I can't say I understand why. So, like, even the GCC seems to have disappeared. Yeah, so the compilation command begins like this. So obviously that doesn't work. All right, I'll need to fix Mac compilation, but wait, are there errors? No, no, we're good, we're good, we're good. Okay, so I should be able to run TTL. Oh, that's tragic. Oh, that's very tragic. The icon does not work on Mac. That is so tragic. That is an actual tragedy, by the way. Because I thought for sure this was gonna make icons so simple. Unfortunately, it does not work on Mac. Does Raylib say anything about that? To be fair, it's set window icon, so what does that mean? Is it stuck? What's happening? All right. Mac. Setting icon for Raylib app on macOS. Uh, 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 It does not set the icon for macOS executables.app. How do I set the icon for blah blah blah? Okay. macOS icons work completely different than Windows. The app is actually a zip directory. It's not zipped. An icon must be an ICNS file. No, Apple, no! God. I came so close to having figured out icons by sheer accident, and yet I don't have it. Although I will say Mac comes with an icon composer, which is... The fuck is this? Like, actually, how does this work? Can I just drag stuff into it? Yep. Holy hell. It like loaded my image directly. Alright. So it comes with a very cute icon composer. So, Apple, I don't necessarily forgive you, but I'm glad you have this. So I can make a very simple icon with it. That's pretty cool. Alright. It's disappointing that I can't have this, and that I need an extra step. That's the main part. With doing icons like this, I don't need any extra steps to take an image and put it on the toolbar. Which I understand different resolutions and whatnot, but come on. Come on. Different resolutions, different sizes. Apple has tints. You can have like dark, light mode icons. You can change the color of all your icons. You can make them like all have the same color. So I get why they do this, but it is disappointing that they do this. Let's put it that way. All right. Am I done for today? Kind of. There is one last thing I want to do, completely unrelated to the rest. Kind of completely unrelated to the rest. But with the virtual machine manager, I want to try to see if I can run my system on this. See if that is a thing that I am able to do. Choose the operating system you're installing. Can I just do unknown? Unknown. Or generic or unknown, okay. The reason for this is the networking. Although I think I might need a new networking driver if I want QEMU to work well. Alright, memory, this is like literally twice as much memory as the system uses right now. And not enough CPUs. Although this, hold on. This will not work at all. Because this is KVM. Which if I'm not mistaken can only do your existing architecture. Whereas I'm on x86 and the system is ARM. So that won't work. Yeah. It's a non-starter. The fact that it never asked me. No, don't delete my file. What the fuck? Not that it matters. It's compiled anyway, but still. Alright, so that's disappointing. Kind of. It does mean that I need to do a whole lot of like network configuration to get this system running on Windows, on Linux with a proper networking. And that sucks because I am using, um, I'm planning on making the operating system distributed, so I want to have multiple nodes, and I want to start getting real hardware support to work. I don't need USB even. Just if I have real hardware support, I can actually start making it truly distributed. I have all the pieces that I need now. Um, Not having networking on this one does make that a lot harder. TBH. Although I do wonder, can I create a file system based proxy that goes through Linux? That sounds almost like malware, by the way. It's starting to come real close to malware. Then again, what Linux program isn't close to malware in the way that it works? It's so easy to abuse Linux and make it do stuff that's really annoying to the user. Um, so, yeah. But anyway, I can communicate with my host machine using the 9p protocol and a fuse driver, which I need to write. That's what's coming up tomorrow, most likely. Unless I want to keep doing windowing, but there's nothing to do with the windows right now. So, yeah, tomorrow I'm probably going to do fuse driver. Can I make the fuse driver also talk to network? Although that'll probably require privilege. But, although privilege, user space, not sure how that would work. But anyway, can I do that? Can I make it talk to the network? And then my system talks to the Linux file system, which talks to the network. That would be really funny. This is how Plan 9 worked, but we're not on Plan 9, we're on Linux. An objectively inferior operating system. So, yeah, we're getting into ravings of a lunatic type of territory here with the stupid workaround that I'm trying to come up with. Again, the alternative is to just set up like a proper network bridge, which I need to learn how to do. And then I'll get networking working on Linux as well. And I won't have to do any of that ridiculous shit. Alright, we're still not there. Now that I'm done with this game, and also, well done. I actually, after the stream, I need to fix it a lot. But now that I'm done with another game that I was working on, I want to take some time to get real hardware working. And tomorrow I'm doing Fuse Driver. So with that, we'll begin actually having a distributed operating system with all of these different nodes that are able to exchange information with each other. We'll just see. For now, it's just going to be two nodes, right? Host and guest operating system. All right, so that's what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. Today I have some bug fixing to do. Couple of bugs to fix, and I need to make the windows bigger. I need to finish a track. And I need to see if I can come up with a simple way of explaining how my game works with as few words as possible, but clearly without a GIF that takes up a gigabyte of memory. And still doesn't explain shit. Alright, so the GIF didn't work. Alright, everybody. Yeah, so tomorrow I'm doing Fuse Driver stuff. Maybe a little bit of windowing stuff, because I still have a couple things to iron out there. I'll see you then.